Good morning. Today is the first day of remote evidentiary hearings being conducted by the Energy Facilities Siting Board in docket EFSB 25-02. In this docket, NStar Electric Company, doing business as Eversource Energy, who we will refer to as Eversource or the company during this hearing, has asked the Siting Board to grant individual and comprehensive zoning exemptions from the zoning ordinances of the town of Plymouth and Wareham for the expansion of two existing Eversource substations. The first, the West Pond Substation, located at 0 Federal Furnace Road in the town of Plymouth, and the second Tremont Substation, located at 4th North Carver Road Extension in the town of Wareham. We will refer to these collectively as the project. My name is Donna Sharkey. I'm the presiding officer in this proceeding. We are conducting this evidentiary hearing remotely using Zoom video conferencing. This hearing is being recorded and will be available for viewing on YouTube. The official transcript of this proceeding is being transcribed by the reporter appointed by the board for that purpose. The stenographer is also participating remotely. He will transcribe everything said during this hearing. As we are relying on the internet or telephones to participate, we could experience some technical difficulties, including sound from speakers, background noise, video and audio issues, and sound lag. These possible technical issues make it especially important to speak slowly and clearly, to allow a speaker to finish speaking before you begin speaking, and to pay attention to your video screen. If I need to interrupt a witness, I may raise my hand as a signal on my video to stop speaking. Please look for my hand and stop speaking immediately if you see it raised. Also, please mute your audio whenever you are not speaking to reduce background noise. We appreciate everyone's cooperation in participating in this hearing. As you can see on your Zoom video screen, there are several other people from the board who are participating in our virtual bench today. I'll ask that they raise their hand in their Zoom window when I identify them. Andy Green, Director of the Siting Division. Joan Foster Evans, the General Counsel of the Siting Division. Wayne Wong, Assistant Director of the Siting Division. And two analysts with the Siting Division, Caleb Chang and Jonathan Mangesha. In this proceeding, pursuant to General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 3, we will review the petitioner's request to examine whether to exempt the project from zoning requirements of the towns of Plymouth and the town of Wareham, based on whether the present or proposed use of the land or structures is reasonably necessary for the convenience or welfare of the public. The petitioners are seeking both individual and comprehensive zoning exemption for the construction and operation of the project. Next, I'd like to ask the council identify themselves for the record.
Catherine Cuthan from the law firm of Keegan Werlin.
Cheryl Blaine from Keegan Werlin on behalf of Eversource.
Are there any procedural matters we need to discuss before we begin?
We have none.
Counsel for the company provided a draft exhibit list. At the end of the hearing, I will move all exhibits identified on the exhibit list and any additional exhibits introduced in the hearing into the record of this matter. Would the company counsel like to present its witnesses, and then I will swear them in?
Yes, the company has pre-filed direct testimony on behalf of 8 witnesses. Unless you prefer I do otherwise, I will just name the witnesses and ask them to raise their hands.
And that way then we can be sworn in sequentially.
Yes, thank you. Um, Christopher Lombardi,
Mr.
Jeremy
Lombardi,
Trump.
oh,
Oh, I'm
sorry.
sorry. Go ahead, do it that way.
Mr. Lombardi, could you raise your right hand so it's visible in the Zoom window and take yourself off mute?
Yep, good morning.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Jeremy Tremper,
Mr. Trapper, could you raise your right hand? Take yourself off mute. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you.
John Zico,
Mr. Zico, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Keith Jones,
Mr. Jones, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Patrick Fitzgerald,
Mr. Fitzgerald, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
James Clancy,
Mr. Clancy, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Nicholas Forzono,
Mr. Forzono, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Maxwell Payer,
Mr. Pear, do you solemnly swear to tell the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
thank you. The witnesses are available for cross-examination.
Ms. Cutham, would you like to ask them if they each adopt their pre-filed testimony as their sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes. Can I ask them that collectively? Do each of the witnesses who were just sworn in adopt the testimony that was pre-filed on your behalf as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Yes.
I do.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Staff will now start with citing board questions. To lead off, in general, are there any appreciable changes or updates to the project, including project design, since the filing of the responses in this proceeding?
With regard to design,
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
this
Mr.
is Jeremy
Trumper?
Tremper. With regard to design, I'll ask Mr. Fitzgerald or Mr. Zico if there's anything appreciably different from when this was filed.
Good morning. This is Mr. Fitzgerald. There is no update to any design as previously filed.
And Mr. Zico, I assume, is that your response as well?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I'd like to ask you to refer to EFSB G-3, in which the company discussed its outreach efforts to members of the environmental justice population in the vicinity of the Tremont Substation in Wareham. Could you expand on the company's response to that information request and just provide more detail to explain who the environmental justice team is and how they determine the best methods to reach out to community members?
Good morning. This is Maxwell Payer, the Supervisor of Project Engagement for Southeast Massachusetts. So we have an internal environmental justice team. When we are planning our outreach for our projects, we typically do our own research using the tools that are provided by the state, the EJ viewer, the languages mapping tools to identify the environmental justice populations in the vicinity of the projects that we're working on, as well as any language isolation to inform our translations of project materials. In addition to that research, we also consult with our environmental justice team and kind of propose our outreach plan and solicit their feedback on connecting with those communities. I think our general approach is robust, and we cover we reach out to generally around a substation, a quarter-mile radius. And so we cover a large population around the substation. Can you restate the second part of your question, please?
Sure, well, I'm going to go back to it. I know you've mentioned in your response the environmental justice team, and perhaps you could provide an explanation of who the environmental justice team is. Is that something that's kind of at an advanced management level, which then people implement when they are looking at what efforts might be necessary for a particular project?
I think I have to be honest. I don't know that I feel comfortable or qualified to answer, that entire question. What I can speak to is that, we go to them when we are, working in an environmental justice community or their nearby environmental justice communities, and we share, our project plans and solicit their feedback on how we should approach outreach. So in this example, especially for Wareham and the Tremont Substation project, we shared our proposed outreach plans and solicited their feedback. And so when we did that, one of their recommendations was to reach out to a community organization that supports the larger community. And so through that research, we identified Turning Point of Wareham, who we engaged in helping spread the word about our community meeting that we held. And they attended and were able to engage with members of the community at the community meeting that we held. And so I hope that highlights that's an example of how we leverage that resource internally.
So is the environmental justice team employees of Eversource, or are they advisors that Eversource goes to when it's determining it needs to reach out to an environmental justice community?
So yeah, the environmental justice team is an internal Eversource team that supports the company on a company-wide basis, not just for electric transmission and substation projects.
And they would be the resource within the company that you would go to with regard to a particular project as to what media channels or other specific types of outreach you should make with regard to different locations. Is that correct?
Yes, we consult them when we have projects. I would just add that, our general practice for planning outreach and engagement includes, an analysis of the community, understanding the demographics, and using, like I had previously mentioned, those tools provided by the state to better understand the communities in which we're working.
And basically that provides demographic information that helps you to establish whether a particular area would be characterized as an environmental justice community?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. It provides the demographic information. It provides, well, yes, it provides the demographic information, whether a community meets the threshold for a definition as an environmental justice community based on the Massachusetts standards that are described on the state website. And it additionally provides the language isolation information as well.
And then at a corporate level, the environmental justice team that is employed by Eversource determines the best outreach strategies, such as identifying specific community-based organizations or media channels to best reach that population. Is that correct?
I would say that they provide suggestions, as far as what avenues to take, and depending on the nature of the project, they sometimes have recommendations about specific organizations or channels to use. That's correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Payer.
Yes.
We'll do the next.
Um,
Do you want,
I'm just wondering whether.
or if you have more questions?
Yeah, I'm wondering if just exploring whether you have any internal or introduction or literature that introduced environmental justice team that could be submitted to us. I mean, so that you kind of have a general run of what you just you mentioned, so that they give us better idea on the record of who they are, what they do. Would that be possible?
Yeah, I think that would be entirely possible to, share the information about who our team is and what they do. Absolutely.
Yeah, so
So that would be record request EFSB 1
yes.
to provide materials that you have available that identifies the specific members of the environmental justice team.
Do we need specific members or kind of just an introduction to a team? I wonder. Oh, I mean, if specific members of the team is not too sensitive information, that will be helpful. So I would say, let's say maybe introduction of the environmental justice team, who they are, what they do, and if it's available, then also the specific team members. So I'll put it that way. Thank you.
Mr. Payer, do you understand the record request?
Yes, ma'am, I understand, and I think that's entirely feasible.
Thank you. Next question. Do you want me to?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So, if I could refer you to EFSB G-2 and EFSB G-11. We had asked questions regarding the outreach team's efforts to contact the town of Wareham. Does the company have any additional information regarding communications that it had with the town of Wareham related to the substation expansion?
I'm just pulling up the information request.
Sure, that would be EFSB G-2 and EFSB G-11.
So I don't have any additional information to add other than what was shared in the information request. There hasn't been any subsequent communications received or initiated, from my understanding, to the town of Wareham, other than what's already been initiated.
Similarly, has the company received any additional written communications from local officials in Plymouth regarding the project?
Not to my understanding, no.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chang? I think we covered.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. Next question I want to ask about advanced technologies, advanced transmissions technologies.
I'm sorry, advanced technologies, what?
Sorry,
Transmission technologies.
advanced transmission technologies. So the first part is, does this project include the application of advanced transmission technologies and grid enhancements technologies?
This is Keith Jones, Principal Engineer of System Planning. Not as part of the project, but required as part of the West Pond upgrade is an upgrade of an existing 115 kV line from existing 4/0 to 795 ACSS conductor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jones, I couldn't understand you. An existing 115 kV line from existing what?
From the existing West Pond substation to Brook Street substation, which must be upgraded as part of the West Pond upgrade project. The upgrade is using a conductor that is considered advanced technology. The ACSS, aluminum conductor self-supported, is considered an advanced transmission technology. Mr. Forzono, if he's on, would verify that. Secondly, and give me a second here.
Mr. Jones, could I just interrupt you for a minute? Could you try and slow down just a touch when you're speaking?
Sure.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. I do talk fast. Other advanced technologies that are required as part of the project, some of these may or may not be mentioned in the petition. In the group study report, particularly for West Pond Substation, we must deploy what is called VVO, volt VAR optimization, as a grid management strategy to control voltage levels, improve distribution efficiency, reduce energy consumption, minimize power losses, and maintain customers within allowable limits.
I'm sorry, and maintain what within allowable limits?
Maintain voltages within allowable limits. VVO, or Volt VAR optimization, is authorized as a platform investment under the company's grid modernization or grid mod plan, authorized under DPU 2180. And it's also discussed in the company's electric sector modernization plan, ESMP, under section 612, page 299, and section 6.316, page 327. An additional advanced grid technology that the company must deploy for high saturation levels of DG that we're seeing in the project area, as well as the other SIP filings, is the company must
I'm sorry,
deploy
as well as the other what filings?
the other SIP capital
Thank you.
investment project filings. The company must deploy a DERMS, DERMS, Distribution Energy Resource Management Platform, system-wide. What this is a control room tool to manage, monitor, and dispatch DER, or distributed energy resources based upon real-time system conditions. And it's a foundational platform capability intended to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of DER integration and be able to enable the use of DER as a grid asset. We have rolled out DERMS as a phase 1 in Western Massachusetts. There's a phase 2 rollout of DERMS, which is described also in the company's electric sector monetization plan under section 6.3.2.2, pages 336 to 340. So there's 3 examples of advanced technologies that we will be implementing as part of or as a result of the project.
Thank you very much for the information.
Just to add, Keith, that electrical sector.
I'm sorry. Who is speaking?
Sorry, Jeremy Tremper here speaking.
Thank you.
That electrical sector modernization plan is under filing DPU 24-10 as well.
Thank you, Mr. Trumper.
Good.
So, moving on to issues such as public health and safety. Could you explain how the project would comply with the public health and safety policies of the Commonwealth?
Sure. This is Jeremy again. I'm just pulling up documents on our end here. So with regard to that was regarding environmental impacts, you said, or was it health impacts?
Well, I think it's more generally public health and safety, but please, develop that more broadly to the extent you'd like to address that in your response.
I believe that I can start off with the public health and safety piece.
Can you just identify yourself because it's not coming up on the screen?
Certainly, yes. John Zico.
Sorry, John.
No worries. As far as public safety goes, these facilities and the additions that we propose to them will all be engineered to meet or exceed National Electric Safety Code requirements. National Electric Safety Code, or NESC, is the baseline for a safe installation. And then we will, as circumstances dictate, we may add to that. There are also a number of other industry standards that we abide by in the design and engineering of the facilities, and the company has its own internal standards that will amplify or add specifics toward them that the company may need for a given application. That's the general broad approach on safety. As far as public health goes, these facilities that we propose to expand and operate exist everywhere, literally everywhere, in proximity to other uses, residential, non-residential, and there have not been demonstrated health impacts to the best of my knowledge from these facilities. I know that air emissions can sometimes be implicated in causing public health concerns. This is not a generating facility. We're not going to be burning any fuels in there. So there'll be essentially no air emissions from combustion processes there. Another item that's been implicated in public health issues perhaps is sound. And we will be meet or exceed all of the Mass DEP guidelines for that. And then finally, the other one that gets sometimes implicated is electric and magnetic fields. And typically from substation installations, because of the nature of the equipment and the layout of the facility, the electric and magnetic field has attenuated to background by the time it reaches the fence line, and there should be no members of the general public inside that fence line.
Thank you, Mr. Zico.
You're welcome.
And, oh, you want me to ask?
Could I ask a follow-up question to Mr. Zico? Could you also, on the same idea of public health and safety policies, could you talk a little bit about the security features of the facilities, please?
Certainly, and for obvious reasons, without getting into too much detail on the security, the fencing around the facility will meet or exceed the National Electric Safety Code standards for climb, cut resistance, etc. Climb resistance, cut resistance, etc. There are other card readers and cameras. The company has a standard suite of security measures that they apply to their distribution and transmission substations that will also be cranked into the design. Again, without getting into too much detail for obvious reasons.
Just one more follow-up to Mr. Zico. So is the company proposing, other than the standards, as you called them, the standard suite of security measures that are applied to substations, is the company proposing anything unusual or specific to either one of these substations for security?
No, we aren't for these. As an example of some other things that we've deployed, for instance, we've had installations where parking lot will back right up to a fence. A commercial parking lot for another property owner will back right up to the fence, and in that case, the roof of a car or the hood of a car could be used as a foothold to get over the fence. In those cases, we've put higher fencing up. That's one example of what I call an unusual or an off-normal condition. But at these sites, none of those conditions exist that would warrant the need for additional security measures.
And Mr. Zico, does the company do an assessment at the individual locations? For example, I know when we visited the location in Plymouth, there were apparently been concerns expressed by neighbors with regard to the use of the right-of-way by motorized bicycles or dirt bikes in the community. Has the company done an assessment at both of these locations as to whether there's any potential risks related to neighborhood activities that would require the company to undertake some special actions at those locations?
We have not done a formal assessment of it, but the company does operate in those neighborhoods and is generally aware of the nature of what goes on, and was not aware of anything in these neighborhoods that would warrant extra security for the substation. I would just add that, security of the substation is one thing. And then you did mention, dirt bikes and people on the right of way. That's a separate but related issue that has perhaps different mitigation.
And to your understanding, there's been no history of vandalism, for example, at either site, which would require the company to undertake some additional security measures.
In the years that I have been involved with the engineering and design, and being around these facilities, these two facilities in particular, no, I'm not aware, and that probably goes back 20 plus years.
Thank you, Mr. Zico. Could the company describe the measures that it has taken to avoid, minimize, and mitigate environmental burdens potentially associated with the project?
I can jump in here. Good
Sorry, who
morning,
is this?
James.
Oh.
James Clancy. Thanks, Alan. As far as minimizing or mitigating any environmental impacts for both of these projects, we're lucky in the fact that there's very little resource area outside of both of these substations. So as far as West Pond Substation, we're expanding the substation into an existing used right-of-way. So there's not much out there other than very low shrub habitat that is not listed as priority habitat for any species of concern. There's no habitat of any species of concern within at least a quarter mile from that substation. There's no wetlands or waterways close enough to the substation to have any sort of effect on those waterways. As I'm sure the board is well aware, we have pretty extensive spill containment in all of our substations, so that if we were to have an inadvertent release of any fluid from any of the equipment, it would be very hard pressed to find its way into a waterway. And as far as the Tremont substation, it's a very similar story. We're expanding into an existing parking area that the company owns. So we're essentially turning impervious surface into less impervious surface. Same deal, there's a containment structure as part of the substation. So any inadvertent release will again be caught by that secondary containment. There are closer wetlands within a few hundred feet of the substation. We're outside of Conservation Commission jurisdiction, so there's no permitting nexus for that. However, we're close enough that the company will implement some sort of erosion and sedimentation control plan as part of the construction of that substation.
Thank you. Could the company explain how the project complies with labor policies that may be in effect in the Commonwealth?
This is Chris Lombardi. I'll try to touch on this. So we typically use or try to use in-house union labor. And that complies with, unions comply with the general labor laws. We do contract out works in certain cases where our limited in-house resources can't do it. And all of our contractors, they generally use union employees as well, and do comply with all the state labor laws.
Could you also explain how the project would comply with economic justice policies of the Commonwealth?
For that one, Max, I'm going to turn that over to you.
Yeah, I think that one I'm going to pitch over to John Zico.
Oh, sorry about that.
I apologize. I was trying to speak whilst on mute. The economic policies of the Commonwealth.
Well, and if you'd like, you could respond to this as a record request, but it's actually about economic justice policies of the Commonwealth.
Yes, Hearing Officer Sharkey, I'm not sure that I am familiar with what they are.
This is Jeremy Tremper. I can speak to this, and if additional information is required, we can follow up from there. But regarding economic justice, the project is consistent with notions of economic justice because it ensures the provision of reliable electric service to all customers throughout the company's electrical system, including here in the affected communities without any regard to the economic status and in a non-discriminatory manner. The infrastructure goes where it's needed. It's non-discriminatory, and the goal is ultimately to provide everyone with the same opportunity to have electricity and participate in the Commonwealth's clean energy goals.
Yes, and I'll just amplify that these two facilities that are the subject of this proceeding do provide direct benefit to the distribution systems that are in the areas where the substations are located. So that kind of loops it back into the kind of the overarching philosophy of the economic justice, if you will.
Thank you. Turning now to project need questions. If I could refer you to EFSB N-3. Since the company provided the response in November, have there been any appreciable changes that you expect with regard to the withdrawal of interconnection applications or potential appetite of distributed generation projects seeking interconnection in these project areas? Do perhaps as a reaction to some of the changes at the federal level in terms of available funding or subsidies for these types of projects?
Sure. This is Keith.
Go ahead, Keith.
Good. This is Keith Jones, Principal Engineer for Eversource. So referring to the company's response to DPU N3. So the table that appears in table EFSB N3-1 reflects the most recent update as to the number of applicants currently remaining in queue from the round 1 group study was subject to the DPU 2254 SIP filing for Plymouth, and reflects the most recent update for those that are being included in the round 2 group study, which is currently in progress, and then the most recent update for those in queue behind round 2, which will be handled as a round 3 group study. the number of applicants currently in the round 2 group study. That group study is currently in progress. The thermal analysis or load flow analysis have recently been completed and reviewed by Eversource Management. And the next step on that group study is to conduct the EMTP or electric magnetic transients analysis to identify risk of islanding and transient overvoltages, which are necessary to complete the group study. Also, at a higher level, we have to work with ISO New England to perform an ASO or affected system operator study for the group of applicants in Plymouth Round 2. Preliminary analysis of the study for Plymouth Round 2 indicates that the upgrades that have been proposed for Tremont and West Pond Substation are sufficient to accommodate the applicants in Round 2. As indicated in the company's response to, one moment, please. I'll refer to it in a minute, but one of the information requests asked if why additional feeders were required out of West Pond and Tremont. So due to the results from Round 2, we identified that a third feeder will be required called the 8 line out of West Pond, and that is one finding that we have determined from the Round 2 results. Also at a high level, we're looking ahead at what will impact us with Round 3. The DER planning group feels that
I'm sorry, the what group?
DER, Distributed Energy Resource Planning Group, which is performing the study, indicates that we should have sufficient capacity available with the completion of the upgrade at Tremont and West Pond to accommodate those in Round 3 with about a 7 megawatt headroom to go before we hit additional limits. In terms of your question about federal legislation,
I'm sorry, you dropped out. In terms of your question about what?
The recent federal legislation affecting the investment tax credit for these DG applicants that makes their projects economic. We're aware that the legislation sunsets or phases out the investment tax credit and for DG applicants, and they must go online by the end of 2027 to be able to avail themselves of the ITC. So we're working proactively with all of the DER applicants in terms of scheduling these upgrades so that as many of the DER applicants in the Round 2 can interconnect while the substation and distribution upgrades are being performed.
So thank you, Mr. Jones. Again, if you could remember to try and slow down when you're speaking, we'd appreciate it. Just to kind of go back to what I started with on a more simple level, has the company seen an appreciable reduction in appetite from potential DG projects seeking to interconnect for either the Plymouth or the Wareham substations?
No, we have not seen a reduction in appetite. The queue actually indicates that there is an increase in interest in interconnecting in this region. So, you know, we're doing our best to monitor the situation and then accommodate those in group studies as they request interconnection. This is one of the areas which is seeing substantial interest DG applicants because of availability of open land, lower land prices than elsewhere, and then the availability of agricultural land where DER can be co-located with an agricultural end use. So that's why we see a continued interest in this area.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. That's very helpful.
Continuing on the same topic, please refer to Exhibit EFSB-N-3, Attachment 2, and also EFSB-G-1, Attachment 3. And both of those attachments includes the tables concerning what's in the queue and also the enable capacity of the project and also in the greater CIP within the Plymouth area. So let me know when you're ready.
All right, I'm ready with EFSB N3 Attachment 2. What was the other record request that you referred to?
It's G-1, Attachment 3.
1 second, please. Okay, I'm at G1 Attachment 3.
Thank you. We'll start with the N3 first, actually. So the other table. So in EFSB-N-3, Attachment 2 shows the current megawatts of interconnection requests for both substations. And also it shows the net application attrition. They are significantly exceeding the substation's megawatt in the Plymouth Study Group CIP, and also the megawatt in the proposed substation in the petition. So we can see that in the table we have 52.4 in the queue for Tremont. These are megawatts, and 103.8 for West Pond, which far exceeds like the enable capacity in the Plymouth Group CIP and in the petition for these two substations, which are in around the 30s, right?
That's correct.
Yes. Great. So we turn over to the other attachment. There's G-1, Attachment 3. And let's go to page, let's see, 21. This is the supplemental, this is the company response to the supplemental request to the DPU case 22-54 that the company provided for this case as an exhibit. So in this table, so this also shows the different megawatts that are in queue in phase 1, phase 2, and also what I will assume is the phase 3 that comes behind phase 1 and 2. The total megawatts of those projects that requesting interconnections. And then we see on the right-hand side of those tables the total capacity enabled by the CIP, and also in the last column of the table shows the percentage of CIP subscribed with two scenarios, right? There is 100% scenario for everything that is requesting interconnections will take place versus a scenario where 50% of the phase 2 group study and phase 3 group studies will be completed. So we'll see 50% withdrawal rates in that scenario. So in both of these scenarios, we see a subscription percentage of the CIP as 61%, and then in the other scenario is 38%, which is much different picture than the other attachment is telling us. And I understand like the other attachment is showing the specific to the two substations, whereas in this one, we're looking at the whole CIP in the Plymouth area. So in light of that, can you please help me make sense of these two sets of statistics in the context of the project needs for this project?
Certainly. So first off, the response that was provided in attachment EFSB-G-1-3 occurred much earlier in the year when the status of the queue was somewhat different. So we may have had more withdrawals, more applicants in round two, and then more applicants in queue behind round two. So this would have been a snapshot in time. Our response to DPU N3 would be more up to date.
I'm sorry. Our response to what would be more up to date?
Our response to DPU N3 would be the most up-to-date response.
If I
Secondly,
can interject, I believe it's EFSB N3.
that's correct.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Secondly, as you surmised earlier, that the response under EFSB G13 on page 21, that reflects the entire Plymouth SIP or group study, including 7 substations, including Manamet, Valley, West Pond, Tremont, Brook Street, West Pond, and Kingston. So this is the entirety of all substations involved in the group study. So that is another reason why these numbers are dramatically higher than what appear in the company's response to DPU N3.
Thank you. And
Okay.
to follow up on that, so trying to interpret what you're understand what you're saying. Does that mean the request for interconnections for the other substation in the Plymouth CIP, so other than Tremont and West Pond, might not be as previously forecast? So, whereas Tremont and West Pond, you're seeing a strong demand and continuing demand. Is that this? I'm asking whether it's the same for the rest of the Plymouth CIP, or is it, as you said, not so because the earlier estimates might not be, reflective of the current situation?
Sure, I can answer that. So the number and location of the applicants is not homogeneous across the company's service area and the Plymouth district. We see a clustering of DER applicants around and out of Wareham, Tremont, West Pond, and Brook Street substations. So that is where, and as I described before, most of the available open land at lower land prices and with an agricultural use are located. And generally, the substations that out of Tremont and West Pond, where we're seeing the higher DER saturation level, sort of a larger land area in terms of square miles than the other substations. So that might be another reason why we're seeing more applicants than at these 2 substations than the other 5.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Are we good on that? Yeah, cover what I'm looking for. Thank you again, Mr. Jones. We will then move on to a few questions. The question about construction work hours. So let's refer to Exhibit EFSB-G-4. And let me know when you're ready.
This is Jeremy Tremper. I'm pulling that up now. It was G-4, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I have it.
All right. Concerning the regular construction work hours, which the company have suggest, would the company be receptive to the following approval conditions. So condition that would memorialize the regular construction work hours as proposed by the company in the petition. So that also is reflected in Exhibit EV-1, which is the petition, on page 35. The hours will be from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday through Friday, and from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturdays, with an exception. Work involving excavation and trucking and equipment startup and operation and any related units will be limited to 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday only. So this exception is consistent with the Town of Plymouth earth removal regulations. Would the company be receptive to such an approval condition?
Sorry, I'm just reading the initial response on.
Yeah, please take your time. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'll let Chris Lombardi chime in if he disagrees with me here, but this is something that we would probably look to talk to the town of Plymouth about. The concern that I would have is a lot of times when it comes to the excavation and the trucking, while there is planned to be a lot of civil work, particularly with the West Pond substation, the front end of the project is going to be very civil involved, and a restriction of the 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Monday to Friday could potentially cause some restrictions as it relates to the project schedule. That is something I'd have to look at in further detail with our construction contractor. And again, Chris, if you have anything to add or.
No, this is Christopher Lombardi. I don't have anything to add, Jeremy. You covered it. And then furthermore, there are certain exceptions where we are vacuum testing and oil filling the transformers that would actually have to go 24 hours a day in order to not mess anything up within the transformers themselves. And we would work directly with the communities to let them know when, how, along with the abutters.
Thank you. I think on the later point on the continuous work and most likely there are other outside work, outside of regular hours. I think it's a common understanding of staff and siting board that those exceptions, happens and are required for almost all projects, and the applicant can work with the community with that. But I think regarding the exception here that we mentioned to the regular work hours, I think could the company, I know the company, the timing for selecting contractors is a factor, have not been really worked through this regular work hours with the towns yet. But is it possible if we have a record request that you can get a head start on that and tell us maybe if the town would have any preliminary concerns for on a regular work hours? Would that be acceptable record request for the company?
Yes, I don't see why not. This is Chris Lombardi again.
I would like to note, however, that that may not be something that the company would be able to do within the 5-day period within which we are typically required to respond to record requests.
Yeah, I understand the record request much sooner than than the factor of contractors and other things might come into play. But I'm wondering if the company could reach out, after this meeting and get like a very preliminary take into whether the town is willing and see the possibility of working with the company on finalizing a work hour later on in the process. Now, I think that response will be helpful for the siting board to determine what approval conditions and expectations will be appropriate for the project approval.
So maybe we could take a minute and go off the record and kind of crystallize what we would be asking in the record request. I would certainly understand if the company is unable to respond in the normal 5-day period. But we would appreciate it if we could receive it probably by the time the company's brief in the case were to be done. To the extent that the response could address its expectations of what those constraints might be based on preliminary discussions with the towns.
We are still on the record.
Yes, but I was just going to say, can we go off the record for about 10 minutes? Would that be enough, or would you like 15, Alan?
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. So let's go off the record and come back at 11:20. Thank you, everybody. Let's go back on the record. Mr. Chang is going to read what will be record request EFSB number 2 into the record.
So I'm going to read the record request, but before that, I want to give the, just because the hour is very specific, and then I also want to tie it with what town of Plymouth have on their bylaws, and so I will tie them to the bylaws, whether it's in compliance or not, rather than exact hours, but I think we understand what those hours are, as I have mentioned earlier in the in the proposed or the suggested approved conditions. So,
So within his record request,
yes,
he's going to provide the citations to the bylaws that he is referring to, which may prove helpful to the company in preparing the response.
so I'll read out loud first, and yeah, the company should. Oh, sorry. This record request number
2.
2. The company should contact the towns of Plymouth and the towns of Wareham and seek their feedback for the company proposed regular construction work hours, which will comply with the Town of Plymouth General Bylaws, Section 120-3, but not the Town of Plymouth Zoning Bylaws, Sections 203-2.c.4.VII. So that's the record request, and mainly I think after staff discussion, we were mainly looking for the town input to what might be workable for the company.
And our understanding is that because of the nature of the request, this may take longer than the normal 5-day response period. But we would appreciate it if the company could provide a response on or before the briefing date. Mr. Chang?
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. If nothing from the company's end, we'll move on to decommissioning. So please refer to Exhibit EFSB -G-8. And let me know when you're ready.
I have that in front of me.
Yep. Okay, great. In general, and based on the company's experience, how often does its transmission and distribution facilities become unused due to obsolescence, or a lack of demand?
Yeah, I can start out with that. So, Boston and the surrounding areas were one of the first parts of the country to be outfitted with electricity. And we have some facilities that have been in service, continuous service since 1929. They're still in service. They've been, needless to say, modernized a number of times, but they still are reliably serving load. We recently decommissioned a facility that was operated in, it was constructed in 1896 is when it first went online. And that was recently decommissioned within the last 4 or 5 years. So you can see these facilities are there to stay. Most of the decommissioning that we have done are some of the smaller medium voltage stations that don't have 115,000 volt supplies to them, as we convert from some of the lower voltage distribution loads to the higher voltage distribution loads. So that's where the bulk of the decommissioning takes place.
Thank you. So following up on that, describe any planning process the company makes for the removal and disposal of unused facilities, such as decommissioning process, and the timing of such process in relation to when the facilities become or will become unused.
So, unused, I think for purposes of this request, I think let's say that let's define that as the last of the distribution load has been cut over to another source. At that point, the company would go in, they would isolate, tag out, and lock out all of the substation equipment and the lines that come into it. They would cut the lines clear from the substation, and in the case of overhead, they take it back to the first pole. In the case of underground, they take it back to the first manhole. And then at that point in time, they would begin draining any fluid-filled electrical equipment and disposing of that. As far as the foundations, buildings, and other activity on the site, that's highly dependent on what the what the site is and what the neighborhoods are. I know that I know of one facility that was probably decommissioned 20 to 30 plus years ago. The building is still there. It's maintained. It blends in. It's been part of the neighborhood for many, many decades. There is another facility that we decommissioned several years ago, left the building. It was on a very small lot. A developer wanted it. At that point, we demolished the building and sold the property to the developer. So it's all highly dependent on individual circumstances.
Thank you. And thing we haven't get to is what is the planning process for these, like decommissioning, look like? When do you start planning for that? Or is there a kind of this distinctive process, or is it a process kind of as part of like the usual future planning goals?
I'm not sure I understand your question, so I'll try to answer it as best I can, and then if there's follow up, feel free to ask it. So let me focus on some of the lower voltage substations, because that's where the bulk of the decommissioning and retirement is taking place. There's typically a project created because the load doesn't go away; it needs to be served. So there'll be a project created to cut that load that's served, say, at 4,000 volts, cut it over to a 13,000 volt or 14,000 volt feeder. As part of that project, the decommissioning and retirement of the substation is included in the scope, so that as the work takes place and the load dwindles and finally goes away, the decommissioning part of the project will begin to take place.
Okay. And are these kind of opportunistic? It's kind of like, oh, well, there's one project that can replace this, or these are planned like way ahead. It's kind of like an ongoing process.
The whole process of converting these lower voltage areas to higher voltage, it's multi-pronged, multifaceted. If you look at how this lower voltage system works, there are supply lines coming in, a substation to convert it down to the lower voltage, and then a distribution system. And in some cases, converting the distribution system to a higher voltage is a relatively straightforward and easy thing to do. In other instances, particularly as you get close to an urban area, there's not room for the pad mounted switches and pad mounted transformers, and conversion becomes a lot more difficult. So in that case, a substation rebuild would be in order, but we look holistically at the condition of the 4 kV circuits, the 4 kV stations supplying it, and then make and the difficulty of conversion, the difficulty of rebuild of each of the different components, and then make a determination from there as to how to go next.
So, Mr. Zico, if I could just interject. Sure. So would the, potential possibility of converting lower voltage stations come up as part of a regular planning and evaluation of facilities process that occurs on some regular cycle?
Yes, it does.
So, for example, does the company look at facilities every, 2 years or so, and then say, we foresee down the line, there is this possibility of conversion of the low voltage system, and therefore, we will start at some point in the future planning to, move towards decommissioning as we pursue the steps we need to figure out for the conversion.
So, some of the conversions are driven by load growth. So if there's load growth in the area and we really can't expand that lower voltage substation, then it kind of becomes, the plan becomes a little more obvious as to how best to proceed. As far as the substations go, the monthly inspections are conducted by our station operations group. The results of that are fed back. So it's almost, if they see something that's becoming an incipient problem, that's the time to catch it. And that will go in, get evaluated. And then if necessary, corrective action will be taken. And that corrective action could be something as straightforward as, replacing a component or a part, a relatively small component or part. It could be looked at as part of a trend that the facility is beginning to deteriorate and action needs to be taken. So it's almost, using those inspections, it's almost on a continuous basis. The same thing, there's groups that evaluate the performance of the distribution circuits outside of the station. So if anything were, brewing with those, degrading performance, those would be addressed as well. And again, that's looked at on a near real-time basis.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
I believe Mr. Jones have his hand.
Mr. Jones, would you like to chime in?
Sure. I just wanted to add on to what Mr. Zico said. So, similar to bulk substations, we have an annual planning process to look at these legacy 4 kV substations. And as he mentioned, we look at capacity, load growth, reliability, condition assessment, and compatibility issues. So, like he's mentioned, as load grows, the capability of these 4 kV substations is exceeded. So we either have to retire or convert 4 kV circuits to 23 kV or 13.8 to get the load off of them. Condition assessment. A lot of these are legacy 1940s, 1950s equipment that are approaching end of life. So we would like to retire them outright and convert all of the load to 13.8 or 23 kV. There's legacy compatibility issues. A lot of these 4 kV substations were inherited from Eversource predecessor companies, and they may not be compatible with each other. Some are 4.16 kV. Some are 4,800 volts. Some are 8320 volts. So maintaining them requires us to maintain a litany of standard replacement or spare transformers, such that if we can retire some of these, then our need for maintaining spare transformers will then be reduced. Reliability is also a factor because a lot of these 4 kV circuits show up in our reliability stats as penalty circuits, and a lot of them no longer have ties to other 4 kV subs because the ties were retired and converted to 23 kV years ago. So the reliability driver is another reason why we want to retire or convert a lot of these 4 kV circuits to get rid of the legacy substations. So yeah, just a few more reasons that I wanted to add on to what Mr. Zico said.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you for the information. I think that's very helpful. But I want to bring back to the context of this project, because what I'm trying to understand here is the the timing and the need for decommissioning planning for what is being proposed. And I understand, or maybe I asked the question. Well, there's the planned retirement of the 4 kV facilities, but my understanding, and I want to check with Mr. Zico and Mr. Jones on this, is there are no current similar, say, expectation or that the proposed high voltage facilities will be close to their end of life or the state of the 4 kV facilities. Is that correct? Is that a correct understanding?
So I was going to tell Keith, if you'd like to start, go ahead.
Go ahead, John. Go, Mr. Zico.
No, I was just going to say that, as far as these higher voltage stations, that I will define for purposes of this response as a station that has 115,000 volt supply coming into it. Since I've been around the company, which has been maybe more decades than people would care to admit, but all these high voltage substations have typically been refurbished. New equipment placed in the stations, circuit breakers, transformers, structures, etc., replaced on an as-needed basis. The only 2 higher voltage stations or high voltage stations that I have seen retired in the many decades that I've been here are 2, and that was the one that I mentioned that went online in 1896, and it was because of a number of issues. It was easier in that instance to build a new substation across the street and cut everything over to it, and then that freed up some land that was very valuable. So in that case, that was the right approach in that instance. The only other case I've seen is there was a substation that was expanded with a 3rd transformer for a manufacturing concern. That manufacturing concern left the New England area and left the service territory. The station had way more transformation capacity than it had load on it. And that transformer, not the whole station, but the transformer and its switchgear, was grabbed and repurposed at another substation where the load was increasing. So that's the typical approach with these so-called high voltage substations.
Thank you. And you mentioned that sometimes the foundations are left in place. Are there any scenarios where, like, the equipments might be left in place in those, in retirement scenarios, or they usually are all removed?
We typically remove the equipment There have been a couple where we've transferred title and responsibility for the legal disposal to another entity, but that's typically the exception rather than the rule.
I see. Thank you. And let's say in case of where the foundation is left in place, is the rest of the facilities like, or when they are not, well, for when the foundation is left in place, is the rest of the property like revert to like a natural state? And also for, for the entire site, if the foundation are not remaining, does the company revert the site to a natural state?
If there's foundations and so forth, we will leave the fence around the site. If there's no foundations, we would tend to take the fence down and let it revert. But there are also, in addition to the electrical considerations that we mentioned, both myself and Mr. Jones, there are environmental considerations on these sites too. And I would call upon my colleague, Mr. Clancy, to perhaps speak to that if indicated.
Sure, I can jump in and quickly touch on that. So as John said, the stations that are eventually being decommissioned and abandoned in place are usually older stations. And as most know, older equipment tends to have some not so safe material as part of it. So if that were the case as part of our decommissioning effort and we weren't planning on abating those concerns specifically at that time, perhaps saving it for future use, future development of the site into a different type of facility, we would more than likely leave that fence up as to kind of segment those safety hazards from anyone potentially not within the company encountering them.
Thank you. And since we're talking about redevelopment, so is there a set kind of approach to reuse of this site, or is really case by case? Is like, do you work with the local community, or sometimes like, do you solicitate developers, or really it depends on the particular site?
It's generally all of the above.
Okay.
I'll go back to the one the 1896 example. It was on property that company predecessors owned. The company was sold. The property was sold to another entity as part of the generation restructuring. We retained easements on the property to allow our continued operation there for the substation, the T&D pieces. When the generation went away, it was sold to a developer. The developer approached us about releasing the easements. There was very little load left on the station. It was very easy to cut that load over. And in that case, we were bought out of our easement. It was a very valuable piece of real estate. Other times, you kind of have to wait for the right opportunity. So it's all over the place. Other times, the property will be evaluated, for potential future use if it's large enough.
Mm-hmm. Future use is by the company for utilities, etc.
Correct. Future utility use, yes.
Thank you. And switching a little bit to the financial aspect of this, what are the typical funding sources or funding mechanisms that the company applies to removing and disposing unused transmission and distribution facilities?
So, as I had testified earlier, typically these are, if we're retiring a facility, it's part of a larger project, and that the funding for that would be included in that project, and it would be subject to the company's, project authorization protocols.
I see. And I have some thoughts, based on what your response is, but I still want to ask this question so you can provide an answer. So do these funding sources and mechanism cause an impact on ratepayers?
I kind of thought you might be going to the rate to the recovery process, and unfortunately, I am not qualified to testify to that. I don't have a full understanding of the recovery mechanisms through rates.
This is Jeremy Tremper. Just to clarify, the question is with regard to if we're decommissioning and removing an entire facility, how is that ultimately funded, and if there's a ratepayer impact?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I can't speak to that component. I'll just add to what Mr. Zico and Mr. Jones had noted earlier. Like in the instance of these such projects where if we have like some transformers we are removing to replace with larger capacity ones, in that case, on the kind of equipment by equipment basis, if there's removals happening as part of this project, all of that funding all of that cost is baked into the overall project value. Again, that's specific to an instance such as these two projects where we're removing existing equipment and replacing it with, say, something larger. As it relates to decommissioning an entire facility and how that's ultimately funded, and I can't speak to that either. We do have individuals within our company who can, but I'm not qualified in that regard.
Yeah, the other thing that I would add, again, thank you, Mr. Tremper, for that. The other thing that I would add is we do have, as you may imagine, this equipment contains a great deal of copper, steel, and other, valuable commodities on the scrap market. And we do have internally here in Eversource, there is an asset recovery group. So we would get, their mission is, if you will, is to, maximize the recovery value of the electrical equipment that we do take out of service, whether it be a complete decommissioning of a station or part of changing out transformers due to a failure or obsolescence or a need for more capacity.
So,
Thank you, Mr. Zico.
Mr. Zico, I'd just like to ask, for these two substation expansion activities with the upgrades that are being proposed as part of the project at this point, is your expectation that the useful life of the facilities would be fairly extensive, perhaps a service life of several decades?
That would be my expectation, yes.
And therefore, the decommissioning activities that may need to take place at the end of that useful life would be determined on the basis of the whatever technology and regulatory practices are in effect at that point?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
I'm wondering if I could ask a follow-up question, please. The annual planning process that we heard testimony about a short time ago, is that annual process generally part of the ARR filings that the company makes to the department or subject to department review?
I am not sure if the 4 kV conversion and retirement plan is included in the ARR process. I know the bulk substations are. We could possibly take that as a record request to investigate, but as far as I know offhand, I do not know.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking for more of a general answer here about department participation or overview of the company's general equipment planning process.
Would you like to make a record request, Ms. Evans?
Sure. And let's make it just a little more general. We've talked a lot about the company's planning process for decommissioning various types of equipment, especially the equipment that's being installed in the 2 substations that are subject to this proceeding. Would be interested to know what part of that planning process, specifically for the types of equipment that we're talking about in this proceeding, what part of that planning process is included in the ARR filings that the company makes on an annual basis to the DPU, for the DPU's review and consideration.
And that would be record request EFSB 3.
Thank you. Oh, and I had one other further question. And it was going to Mr. Zico's testimony about the equipment that was taken out of service that was originally installed in 1896, which is very interesting. Would that happen to be eventually, would that facility, did it eventually become the SOA facility in South Boston?
Yes, it would. And I would emphasize that the equipment itself was not 1896. The buildings were 1896. The equipment had been, systematically modernized over the life of the facility.
But you don't remember the original building being built, Mr. Zico?
No, I've been around a long time, but not that long.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zico.
So I think we will be moving to a new topic. Mr. Mangesha has questions regarding costs and ratepayer impacts.
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. Sorry, 1 second, please. Okay, good morning, all. My question will be in 2 parts, and it will be referencing exhibit EFSB-C-3. My first question would be, does the company have a number on the total transmission costs for wholesale customers in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts? This is referencing more so to the B portion of EFSB-C-3.
As Mr. Zico said, I don't think anybody on this call is an SME or subject matter expert on rate treatment. So the impacts on wholesale customers as a result of the transmission costs, we might have to provide as a record request.
I think it's less of a question potentially on the impact it might have on wholesale rates and more on what amount of the cost would be allocated to wholesale customers.
Yes, this is
versus retail customers.
Can you repeat?
Is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
This is Jeremy Tremper. Can you repeat that that IR number? I think I have the wrong one.
It's EFSB C-3.
C-3. Okay. Okay. So, oh. I apologize. It's running a little slow on my end here.
No problem.
No worries.
So this is regard to Part B, the transmission costs
That is correct.
Yeah, I think to yeah, because as far as am I clear that the question is in general when it comes to transmission cost, how is that typically allocated? Is that
No, my question is more so in reference to, does the company have an actual numerical estimate on the transmission costs for wholesale customers within the Commonwealth?
okay? I'm sure we do. I don't believe we have that information handy at this time. Yeah, because that that response to EFSB-C-3 Part B does refer to the cost of the project as it relates to as it relates to the project, but as it relates to the transmission costs in general, I don't believe we have that information handy at the moment.
To clarify, are you asking for the total transmission cost for Massachusetts wholesale customers from this project?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
So that would be EFSB record request 4.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, my apologies. This would be, yes, for record request EFSB-4, I would like to see a provided estimate on the total transmission costs for wholesale customers in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I am aware that in EFSB-C-3, exhibit EFSB-C-3, that the distributor NStar Electric will absorb the majority of those costs. But I would like to see how much of that majority that they'll absorb, as well as among the smaller portions such as Massport, Nantucket Electric, et cetera, how much they'll also be contributing in terms of the transmission costs.
So you're asking for what the total costs that will be allocated to those customers would be?
Yes, and in addition to how much
Would be allocated
how much
to the
to each,
distribution?
yeah, to each of the wholesale customers that would be absorbing that cost as well.
Mr. Zico, you have your hand up?
I did. I guess just one thing that kind of popped into my mind is as I was listening to this discussion, are you regarding the transmission side, are you trying to determine what is going into regional versus local rates? Is that what you're trying to get at? I'm asking because I don't understand, and maybe that's a clarifying question that would help.
My question is simply geared to, I would like to see the total transmission costs for the project, as well as amongst the wholesale customers that will be contributing. NStar Electric, I do recognize will absorb the majority of those costs. But if the other companies that were mentioned in the response will also be responsible for paying as well, then how much will they be expected or will be expected to pay? Does that make sense?
From my perspective, I'm not going to likely be the one who will be answering the question. So I didn't know if that statement that I made would be helpful to those who were potentially going to be answering the question. So that's why I put my hand up to kind of interject that.
Absolutely, no problem. And thank you for your question.
You're welcome.
I think it's wholesale versus retail versus the company.
Ms. Cuthan, is the company clear on what's being asked for in the record request?
Perhaps I could state my understanding of the question of the record
would help.
request. So I believe that the record request is for the company to provide an estimate of the total project transmission costs that will be allocated to Massachusetts wholesale customers and the estimate of the project total transmission costs that will be allocated to Massachusetts distribution customers.
My question is, that's majority of that is correct. I also wanted to see, I wanted to see a clarification of the latter portion of EFSB-C-3, the section B, where it says, I'll just read it verbatim just so I can hopefully articulate myself a bit better. It says, the wholesale customer that is responsible for paying most of these costs is the company's electric distribution company, which is NStar Electric. Other NStar Electric wholesale customers who take local service, including but not limited to, and then it lists Massport, Nantucket Electric, Massachusetts, MBTA, etc. So yes, for both. So I guess yes, it's for both the wholesale customers as well as the wholesale customers who take on local service.
So as I understand it, you're also asking for an estimate of the total project transmission costs allocated to the company's electric distribution company, NStar Electric, versus other NStar Electric wholesale customers? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, because the response stated that NStar Electric would take on the majority, but then others would also be responsible for contributing as well to a lesser extent. So I would like to see that showcased in terms of numerical figures. How much will NStar Electric take on in terms of costs, in terms of transmission costs, and then how much the local service distributors will contribute in terms of costs as well.
The request is sufficiently clear, but as I stated, we don't have an expert on rates on the panel. So we'll take the record request and then have our rates department formulate a response.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. That is sufficient. My next question will be, sorry, excuse me. How would these transmission costs, as discussed in the previous question, be reflected or passed down to local domestic customers in Plymouth and Wareham?
I believe this kind of relates to the first question as well.
I'm sorry, who was speaking?
Oh, sorry, Jeremy
Mr.
Tremper speaking. I believe this kind of ties to the first question a little bit. I do know that in terms of the how the cost is ultimately allocated, as we noted in the response to the EFSB-C-3, it's basically it goes through the local service charges under the Schedule 21-ES, which is Part B to the ISO New England Open Access Transmission Tariff. If the question is specific to how this transmission cost is
allocated or how it's passed on locally here. I think this will kind of play into the response to the first question, unless I'm misunderstanding the ask here.
No, I think this will also fall under the record request, since again, we don't have anyone to provide that's more geared towards ratepayers impacts. So yeah, this will probably have to become another record request or fall into the record request EFSB-4. Thank you.
So
Could
that would
I-
be, go ahead, Kathy.
I just want to, I guess, restate my understanding of the question. Maybe I'm not sure I understood it or stated it as correctly. I think that the initial question was an estimate of the total project transmission costs allocated to first to NSTAR Electric as a wholesale customer, and then the remainder of it being allocated to other wholesale customers.
Correct.
And then now the second part of it is with regard to the costs that are allocated to Massachusetts, to NSTAR Electric, how those are in turn passed on locally to various distribution customers.
This second question is more so in reference to local domestic customers within Plymouth and Wareham specifically.
Okay.
Are there any more requests for clarification or of what I'm asking at this time?
Mr. Chang, I believe you have new topics to move on to.
Yeah, I have a few more questions. So, but I think that may carry us on to early afternoon. So I just want to be mindful maybe when we might break for lunch. But I will continue until Ms. Sharkey say otherwise. So for the next question, it's about safety. Please refer to EFSB exhibits EFSB-S-3, EFSB-S-4, and also the attachment for the S4.
Okay, I am gathering those. That was the attachment to S3.
S4. So
S4.
That will be the generic emergency response plan,
Okay.
right? Yes. And while you're opening that, and I won't dive into the very details, but I want to ask kind of for an answer to help my understanding. Absent a site-specific emergency response plan, how would the emergency managers, such as the incident commander or the incident management team, gather site-specific information and operation procedures in an emergency?
In the event of an emergency at the site, our standing instructions as a company to first responders are that they do not enter the fenced area without an escort from the company. So they would stand outside the fence and take a defensive position, i.e. in the case of, say, a fire, they would take a defensive position from outside the facility and keep that fire from spreading. When Eversource personnel did arrive at the site, depending on what the nature of the emergency is, it's a multi-step and in some cases a multi-hour process to make the site safe for entry. And again, that would have to be the exact steps to be taken would depend on the nature of the emergency and where it was inside the facility. So the basic is the first responders don't do anything inside the facility unless and until they have an escort from the company and it's been made safe for them.
Understood. And I want to get at is like, so I understand from the EFSB S3 and S4, the company won't prepare a site-specific emergency response plans for these facilities, but will revert to what you're mentioning, the standing order and also the generic response plan. But I mean, that lacks the site-specific information and operation procedures. So where would the emergency managers get those?
The company's emergency managers or the
well, yes, the company emergency managers.
Well, so
John, I can speak to this if you'd like.
Certainly, yes.
Yeah, this is Jeremy Tremper again. Yeah, so when we will ultimately mobilize a contractor, if we're talking specific for say these projects, for example, one of the requirements that we have in our contract with these contractors would be the development of a site-specific safety plan. So this site-specific safety plan will take into account any, obviously, site-specific conditions as it relates to overhead clearances, proximity to roadways, and those types of examples. That safety plan then gets reviewed by the safety professionals within Eversource's safety group. Usually it will involve a round or two of clarifications and making sure that, hey, you guys forgot about this, or we'd also like to see additional detail regarding a specific activity. And then that site-specific safety plan, once it's finalized, gets added to not only the contract, but a copy or two is kept on site. The project team is also given a copy, electronic copy of that as well. So it's available to anyone from the project team. Someone that may not be attending the site on a day-to-day basis will have access to that site-specific safety plan to be aware of what types of hazards may be present. In addition to that, we also have daily safety tailboards that we have that will account for the activities that are going to be occurring on a specific day, whether it's related to excavation, work in the control house, and any individual who will be accessing that site on that day, whether it's someone who's there regularly or not, will be required to get a briefing from the site manager and sign on to that safety tailboard. So I'm not sure if that answers the full capacity of your question, but in terms of the site-specific safety aspect, there's also considerations in there of where the nearest hospitals are, where the nearest emergency and medical services are. So a lot of that site-specific information is baked into that site-specific safety plan.
I see. Thank you.
As I say, just if I could follow up for 1 second. So thank you, Mr. Tremper. That was a good overview of, what the safety procedure is during construction. And I will say that when I replied to information request EFSB S3, I looked at it. I targeted the answer more for once the station was in operation and construction was over. But in the event of an emergency in the station, I had testified that depending on what the nature was and where it was, would have to de-energize, potentially de-energize certain portions of the station. And the company does have at its operations center switching instructions to isolate each piece of equipment. So if it was a transformer that was burning and nothing else were in its proximity, the Eversource personnel would request transformer A be switched out of service, and the personnel at the operations center would know what to do if they said transformer A plus a boundary, a clearance boundary around it that people needed. There'd be switching instructions for that as well, that the operators at the control centers have.
I see. Thank you. Yeah, I'm getting this in the context that why a site specific emergency response plan might not be the most appropriate unless there's unusual conditions as you respond in the S3. And seems like what I understand right now is like there's many parts to emergency response that might not only limit to local, but you also have command center, you have other, and then you also have other safety plans that will inform the emergency managers.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the explanation and information. We'll move on to visual impact. So please refer to exhibits EFSB V as in Victor 1, and also the petition EV1 at page 40 to 41. And this will be a question regarding the visual mitigation program proposed by the company. So let me know when you're ready, when you're there.
This is Jeremy. I'm at that location.
Okay. So the 6-month period in which the affected property owners would have to respond would not cover a complete deciduous cycle. Would the company be open to extend the period to ensure property owners have the opportunity to assess any visual impacts through the seasons? So make it longer than 6 months. To put it out of the way.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm just trying to find the 6-month reference. Was that in the petition or the V-1?
I think if you, it is in the petition. I think the V1 referenced that. So petition will be on page 40 to page 41.
41, yeah.
Mr. Tremper, if it helps
I'm sorry, who's talking?
This is Wayne Allen.
Thanks.
If it helps, 6 is spelled out, not a numeral.
That would help. Thank you. Yeah, I believe Mr. Payer, were you involved in the development of this section here? I'm trying to recall where if the 6-month was a standard that came from some location.
Yeah, I will add that I'm not sure where that 6-month standard came from, but I know that's been a general practice to follow up with neighbors essentially directly after the project is complete and ask them to respond in 6 months, just so we can address those promptly as part of the project work. But I will say too that, we are, here, and a lot of the folks that we establish contact with throughout the project have, the information to get in touch with us either directly with the individuals on our team or through our project hotline. And we make, efforts to address concerns, even if they are past those 6 months, because we understand that, from time to time, things may not be realized until later. So, if they can be attributed to the project, then we can address those with them.
I see. So from what I'm hearing from you, 6 months is not like cut and dry.
Yeah, I would say that, generally that's the case. We try to do our best to work with our neighbors, but, putting a timeline, is helpful in trying to, mitigate those issues collectively instead of, one by one for many months after the project.
Understand. To add on that, to minimize affected property owners missing a notification, would the company be open to provide maybe a couple written notifications, like maybe by different seasons, and additional notification in other forms such as door hangers, so that they don't miss your notice?
Yeah, absolutely. We are open to that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. We'll move on to noise impact next. So please refer to EFSB NO-2.
All right, I am getting myself there.
Okay.
Thank you. I have that in front of me.
Thank you. How should the siting board use the pure tone results in Exhibit EV-1 Attachment M, which is the sound study? I think this is for Tremont. Table 3, to evaluate the project's pure tone impact. I mean, that is in the context of the company response to NO2.
Yes, yes. So a word on pure tones, I guess, as some introductory information. So every sound that we hear is a combination of frequencies. It's not typically just one frequency. And sounds in the environment, sounds from a transformer are no exceptions. Having said that, if you were to break the sound output from a transformer down into its octave bands, you would notice, and it's just because of the nature of the transformer's construction and the 60 hertz power system, you would notice that that there tends to be a predominant frequency down around the 60 and the 125 hertz area. If you took that transformer and you put it in a room with, say, no other sound, and you took sound measurements and broke it down into the frequencies, that's what you would see out of the transformer. Or that's what, maybe more precisely, that's what you would hear or record out of the transformer. In order for the pure tone to become I guess I'll use the word problem or problematic or outside of limits, it would have to be more than the sound output in one frequency would need to be more than 3 dB than the sounds in the adjacent frequencies. And I realize that's not something that's intuitive or perhaps easy to describe in words, but that's what the definition of a pure tone is. When you take that same transformer and you put it out in the environment and turn it on, there'll be pre-existing background sounds in the area, and those sounds may serve to mask the so-called pure tone that was emerging in the desktop study and modeling that was done. So the thing with pure tones is, we can use the best available information we have, the best modeling tools that we have, but until it gets into the environment and and then you have precisely what the background audio is, you're really not going to know if it has a pure tone, or if somebody is going to experience a pure tone, is how I should have said it.
I see. So thank you, Mr. Sicko. So I mean, then we do have the study, and the study showed there will be, I mean, as far as the simulation goes, pure tones, right? So we take it as a possibilities, whereas if it's say otherwise, then we don't have to worry about it.
The studies are projecting a pure tone. They are they're just that, they're desktop studies. You're not going to know till it gets in the field and energized. At that point, if there's a complaint, it would be remediated. Certainly we strive to not get to a point where we have either an exceedance at the property line or a pure tone at a receptor. But again, modeling only goes so far. And at that point, we would go back and have gone back after the fact to remediate.
Okay, thank you. I will get to remediation next.
I do know of one case in the past where we had no prediction of a pure tone at a sensitive receptor. The project got in service. People had called in. We went out and measured. There was indeed a pure tone there, that none of the modeling had shown up. I had no reason to believe that there was anything wrong with the modeling. And we went in and we remediated it to everybody's satisfaction.
Thank you for example.
Mr. Zico, if I could follow up, this is Wayne.
Certainly.
We put a lot of stock into, reading the modeling that's provided by the company. And just from my understanding, I'm wondering if there's a difference between the sort of, in your experience, I don't want to use this word, value of the accuracy of the normal noise modeling versus modeling for a pure tone, because it sounds like and correct me if I'm misreading, it sounds like for pure tone, it seems like you have to do that on-site modeling after, and it's kind of it's less accurate than the regular dBA increase modeling. Am I misunderstanding?
No, I don't think you are. I'll perhaps try to clarify that, the pure tone that a particular piece of equipment is going to produce, it is what it is. Whether it becomes I'll say this, the harmonic spectrum that a piece of equipment is going to produce is what it is. When it gets into the environment and being used, whether or not that constitutes a pure tone as defined by Mass DEP becomes a product of what the existing background ambient is. And I'll also add that there is an existing pure tone there now, and I am not aware that there are any complaints coming from that site.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Sickle. I think I understand the per tone, but I think follow up on what Mr. Wang is asking. Is there such a level of uncertainty regarding regular noise increase? Is it as uncertain in a way, or is it different than the pure tones?
No, I wouldn't say that there's uncertainty. I would say that any model, no matter what it is, no matter what you're trying to model, has its limits.
Would you say there's such a level of limits for regular noise increase? Because we really have to assess, like, okay, like how much do we read from a sound study? But if the sound study is not, as maybe I put it other way. I think we should take what the sound does see us, and we're trying to assess what it is.
Okay. I think I understand now. So the inputs to the sound model, and this is typical of every sound model that I've seen, is we take we take a proxy for the piece of equipment that is proposed to be added, and in this case it's the transformers. And the good news is that we have these all over our system, so we have plenty of go-by data to use, if you will. The other piece of input are the sound measurements, and the sound measurements, in this case, we're in a couple of discrete locations. In order to model what is happening at each individual receptor, we would need to go out and take background sound measurements at each of those individual receptors, and then run the model for each one of those. And I have, to be honest with you, I have never seen that done. This is a pretty standard sound study from what I've seen. So it's not that the data is inaccurate. It's that the inputs, you're looking at sound impacts over a broad area, but one of the inputs is background sound at a couple of discrete locations. So that's one of the limitations of making a model.
I see. We don't get more than that, or
it's up to you. Okay, it's really whether you have enough for your understanding.
So I think we're going to.
I have one more question just on
Well,
noise.
we're going to come back. So
Okay.
I think we'll take our lunch break now. We'll come back at 1:35, and we will have some limited additional questions for the company at that point. Off the record.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Said 1:45. She said 1:30.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to go back on the record. Mr. Chang?
Thank you, Ms. Sharkey. Want to follow up on what we're discussing about noise before the lunch break. So the question is, does the company have the confidence in mitigating post-project pure tone conditions, if any were to occur, so that project would meet the Mass DEP noise guidelines in all pure tone scenarios?
Yes, we do.
Thank you. Now with that, we'll move on to traffic. Please refer to Exhibit EFSB-L-3.
This is Jeremy. I have that.
Okay. How many average dump truck loads would it take to remove the excess soil as estimated in the company response, which are 3,900 cubic yards for the West Pond substation expansion and 1,000 cubic yards for the Tremont substation expansion?
Sure. You said number of dump trucks it would take?
Yes, or loads,
number
right?
of loads.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So in my experience, typically truck will have I want to say it's 11. Actually, I may need to double check this. I want to say 11 or 12 cubic yard capacity, but I may be thinking of concrete. I need to double check that real quick. So yeah, I think it does depend on the it does depend on the size of the dump truck. If you're assuming like a 10 cubic yard truck, then it would be roughly 100 trucks or 100 loads for Tremont, and then 390 for West Pond.
Okay.
With let me make sure I'm reading that right. Yeah. But with that said, it would depend on the capacity of the dump trucks being used, which I don't have that number handy at this second.
No problem. I think the 10 cubic yards dump truck is an illustration, a good enough illustration.
Okay.
Thank you. Next, we'll refer to exhibits EFSB-T-1 and T-2.
Still pulling up on my end here, but T1 and T2. Yep.
Okay. So the company stated in the response that it expects that traffic impacts on Federal Furnace Road resulting from the project will primarily.
I'm sorry. Traffic impacts on what?
Okay, let me restate that. The company stated that it expects that traffic impacts on Federal Furnace Road resulting from the project will primarily be limited to oversized deliveries, and the company does not intend to develop formal traffic management plans. So with that in mind, wish to examine a few observations made during the site visit and subsequent kind of research, just looking on Google Map, for example, and just want to assess like what the company is stating. So I have a list of questions. I'll go down the list of questions now. Has the company received any feedback from the town of Plymouth concerning the project's potential traffic impacts in general and also specifically on Federal Furnace Road?
At this time, we have not received any correspondence from the town with respect to concerns for traffic, either on Federal Furnace Road or in general.
Thank you. Next question. Is Federal Furnace Road a state highway or a local road?
I need to double check real quick. I do not believe that is a state highway.
Thank you. And if you need time to ascertain anything in the following questions, feel free to do so as well.
Sorry. Just confirmed it is a local road. It is not a state road.
Okay, thank you. The next question is, provide an estimate on the amount of daily traffic flow on the stretch of Federal Furnace Road in front of the substation.
This is estimated traffic, like estimated vehicles passing the substation.
Yeah, if there is a traffic count, what I will be looking at, usually in daily vehicle traffic kind of count.
Understood. I don't believe we have that information available at this time, unless anyone else from my team has any information that is in contrary to that. I don't think that's information that we have available at this time.
This is Chris Lombardi. I agree, Jeremy. We don't have that information yet. It's really going to depend on when we get the contractor on board, what their resourcing looks like, if they're carpooling versus not for a number of vehicles to and from the facility.
I understand. I think specifically with that question, I'm just asking in like regular traffic, not specific to a project. It's just to an assessment of the amount of traffic going down the street. And if you don't have that readily available, I mean, I might think that could be a record request, but I want to ask the list of questions first. So at the end, I think then depending on the company response and desire, we can then discuss what might be appropriate record request. So I'll put the daily traffic flow aside for now and ask the following questions. What is the speed limit along the stretch of Federal Furnace Road in front of the substation?
I would need to double check on that. I am fairly certain I know the speed limit there, but I don't want to speak out of turn.
No problem.
Mr. Jones, you have your hand up?
Sure. From the benefit of living near there, I happen to know it's 35 miles per hour on that stretch of Federal Furnace Road.
Thank you.
That was what I thought. Thanks, Keith.
Next, are there any street curb or other clear indications of where the access to the substations begins or ends on Federal Furnace Road?
There's a gravel driveway that kind of leads up to the existing substation there, as well as an existing guardrail that's kind of set off the roadway there. However, there are no curb cuts or anything there. It's a pretty easy kind of pull off on the side there to some sand and gravel.
Thank you. And then, are there any obstruction of sightlines approaching the existing and proposed driveways to the West Point substation?
I thought I heard someone else chiming in there. Did someone want to speak to that? Otherwise, I can cover it. Okay. Well, here none. I think the only you said visual obstructions to the access, correct?
Yes.
To the south, the only south of the station, the only visual obstruction is some existing trees, which some of those will be are proposed to be removed as part of the station expansion there. Otherwise, the road through this area is relatively straight. Going to the north along that corridor as well, it's I would say it's fairly open as well, because there is the 115 kV right of way that runs into West Pond, in parallel the 345 kV line that runs through there. When approaching the substation from the north, there is a pretty open area to the north of the station that eliminates, I'd say for the most part, any sort of visual obstructions for the station and the expanded area.
Thank you. So, with that said, the company stated in the exhibit EFSB-T-1, quote, construction personnel and vehicles will be staged off local roadways.
Sorry, construction personnel and what?
Vehicles.
Vehicles?
Vehicles.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Will be staged off local roadways and within existing company property limits. End quote. And quote again, construction activities will also take place primarily off local roadways. End quote. Now, does the company count the shoulder of Federal Furnace Road between the edge of the driving lane and the West Point substation fence line as part of the roadways?
You said the shoulder between the driveway and the proposed fence. Is that correct?
Between the actual driving lane, like the lane in Federal Furnace Road where the traffic flows, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and the fence line. So there is a shoulder in between. Does that count as off roadways or not?
Yeah, I think as far as I mean, we will have some work obviously to install the fence line and some duck banks that run along that fence line there.
Mm-hmm.
However, with the that'll primarily be at the beginning, the site grading and the fence build out. Once that expansion is built out, the construction activities will be primarily limited to that within the expanded fence area.
Thank you. So with that understanding, does the company expect that any company or contractor vehicles, equipments, or materials may occupy part of the road shoulder?
I think for the sake of during the initial construction, there may be some vehicles along the roadway. Material would not be stored along the side of the roadway in that area between the drive lane and the proposed fence. But while that initial construction build out is occurring, there may be some vehicles parked within that area to facilitate that initial construction there.
Okay, thank you. Other than occasional oversized deliveries, describe the amount and pattern, including traffic turning off and turning onto Federal Furnace Road, of construction-related traffic that the company expects during project constructions?
This is specific to the referenced major deliveries and the frequency of that. Is that correct?
So I understand, like, in the company response, particularly, separated out oversized deliveries, and we know, like, there will be special occasion of those. So putting that aside, what is the amount and pattern of construction-related vehicles that might turn off and on the road outside of those special deliveries?
Understood. It's a little hard to determine at this time as we don't have a contractor on board yet.
Okay.
Much of and reason I say that is because when it comes to the bringing in and offloading construction equipment that's being used to construct the site, I'm not too. I can't speak to the frequency or the number of occurrences in which that would happen, if it would be happening all at once. My guess would be it would probably be as the construction progresses, construction equipment is brought in or out as needed, primarily as it relates to the civil work and the physical substation build out. However, there is likely going to be we could expect material deliveries on occasion in a kind of a similar manner without having the contractor on board. That could be once a week, it could be twice a week, once every 2 weeks. It's a little hard to determine the frequency of the occurrences at that time, in which you'd have what I would call an above average vehicle, something larger than, say, a pickup truck, that would be making its way onto the site there.
Got it. But for, let's say, outside of those deliveries, there will be regular traffic that come in and out of the construction site. Am I correct?
So Jeremy,
Correct.
this is Chris Lombardi.
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I'm going to call it sporadic. You're going to have days where you're going to have very limited number of vehicles, and then you're going to have days where we're pouring a concrete foundation for a transformer, and you may have 8 concrete trucks in and out of the site, as well as some dump trucks. So it all depends on the contractor, their resourcing, how they're planning to execute the work. It's going to vary and be sporadic, but you'll have your typical mobilization in the morning with your pickup trucks and so on and so forth, and then demob at the end of the day when work's done. And then in between, it's going to be sporadic, just depending on what phase of work we're in at the time. So you'll have probably some heavier traffic up front. You know, Jeremy, we talked about the amount of civil work and excavations that are going to be required, right? So during that phase, you may have some more dump truck traffic, and then later in the project, when work's all done, that's all going to die down, and there may be something else that comes into play.
Thank you for the explanation.
Yep.
So, based on the traffic-related consideration that we just discussed, I know we don't have the exact number of traffic flow, but I mean, I think based on company experience, there might be a feel of how much traffic is on there, and also what you just described as the project traffic flow and pattern, and also alongside with speed limit, visual obstruction, no curb cut, etc. Right? Does the company maintain its position that the project traffic impacts on Federal Furnace Road will primarily be limited to oversized deliveries, and that formal traffic management plans would not be necessary? So either way, please explain.
So this is Chris Lombardi again. I'll start, and Jeremy, please chime in if I miss something. But yeah, we maintain our position that it's going to be minimal traffic impacts. A lot of the work's going to be happening during the day outside of rush hour traffic, right? You'll have your mobilization crew in the morning. They'll get the site ready and set up, and they're not going to be pouring concrete at 7 o'clock in the morning, right? So any kind of impacts during like rush hour, it should generally be off peak or close to the end of off peak. So that'll minimize. And then with, oversized deliveries, there'll be state escorts, local police presence required when we're bringing on pieces of equipment like transformers that require specialty equipment to transport them over the road. And what we try to do to minimize traffic there is we'll schedule those deliveries outside of peak traffic. So like early in the morning, delivery of a transformer may be at like 5 o'clock in the morning to get it onto the site. And then it'll sit in place until the normal work hours to be able to lift it off and put it on its construction pad. So does that answer your question?
Well, yes, you give me an answer of the question, but I want to ascertain that like even with like 35 miles per hour and then the amount of traffic that and given that there's no curve to say where contractors or vehicles might turn in and out from into or out of the traffic, would there be any traffic safety concern that necessitate a more formal plan as to say in regard to signage, markings, and other traffic safety mitigation measures?
So for entrance and access to the site specifically, we do require that the contractors have signage up so it clearly identifies where construction vehicles are in and out of the site. And then we'll have road work ahead signs posted on the road so that local traffic is aware that there's construction happening, and there may be like trucks entering, something you would see at a typical project construction site, to make sure the public is aware of activity there. And then obviously we'll require that the contractors follow the speed limit as they should.
I see.
I'll just add to that, Chris, too, that obviously the coordination with the town of Plymouth is going to have to be continuous throughout the entirety of this project. And if there are at points identified the additional traffic safety measures that are requested based on their perception of kind of what's going on, if they think we should add signs further back or something to that extent, that's something we've typically been very amenable to in the past. Obviously, safety is our number one concern. So anytime that something like that is brought up, whether it's before construction or during, it's something that's addressed in a prompt manner.
I see. Thank you. Does the company have a working relationship with the town's public works or highway department?
Yeah, we do. We have to as an operator.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
I'm sorry, that's Chris Lombardi. Sorry,
Thanks.
Alan. Yes, we do have working relationships with the towns. We have to, given that we own and operate equipment within the towns.
Thank you very much.
I'll just add as well that there's a lot of distribution line work throughout the town of Plymouth as well, and to date a number of grant locations, GOL hearings that we've participated in with them as it relates to some of the distribution line work. So there's definitely been a lot of back and forth to date, and again, as we'll continue to have.
Thank you very much. Well, I think we're good on that topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on next to magnetic field. So please refer to Exhibit EFSB-EMF-1.
Nicholas Frazano. I have it open.
Thank you. So in the context of the company statement, quote, additionally, abutters are at such distances from the proposed work that the magnetic fields from the substations will be indistinguishable from background levels, end quote. The question is, at what distances from the stations would magnetic fields from the stations become distinguishable from background levels?
For station fence lines, as Mr. Zuko mentioned earlier, much of the station-related fields attenuate greatly by the fence line, and what dominates beyond the fence line is the transmission lines entering and exiting the station. For the transmission lines, which their fields will typically extend beyond the stations or dominate over the station fields. After approximately 300 feet, they are indistinguishable from background levels, with some lines that are more lightly loaded, that occurs at a shorter distance. But for 115 kV lines, pretty reliably around 300 feet is where that occurs.
Thank you. For the West Point substation expansion, and also separately for Tremont substation expansion, what will be the distances between the expanded fence line and their neighboring residential parcels?
At Tremont, the approximate distance to the nearest abutter in the area of the expansion would be roughly 450 feet. While today, due to the arrangement of the fence line, it is slightly further, the actual station fence. However, there is a transmission line currently in that location today, which will remain. So there's no expected increase in fields. And that's on top of being greater than 300 feet away.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And for the Tremont substation, that's a similar case?
That was Tremont.
Oh,
at
that's
West
Tremont.
Pond-
Sorry, my West Point.
No problem. At West Pond, the fence expansion is primarily down the existing right-of-way corridor. So the fence does not materially move closer to the abutters. And those abutters are approximately 250 to 300 feet away, depending on which particular residence you're looking at.
So, and you're saying because the fence line is not getting closer to them, but just along the right of way, so should we expect that there won't be any noticeable increase for those in magnetic field levels for those abutters?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have for magnetic field. And I have one more question. Is in regard to climate resiliencies and stormwater. Please refer to Exhibit EFSB-G-12.
This is
I have it up
Fitzgerald.
on my end, but oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
This is Jeremy.
Thanks.
I was just saying I have this up on my end. However, I have a feeling this is for the climate resilience, correct? G-12?
Yes.
Yeah, is that Mr. Zico? Are you able to speak to that, or is that Mr. Fitzgerald? I don't recall who was involved in this.
Jeremy, I can take it. This is Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was just asking to the panel and feel free, whoever is have the answer can respond. The company stated that, quote, as there is less than 1 acre of disturbance at Tremont in connection with the substation expansion, additional stormwater management design is not required, end quote. Would the Tremont substation expansion add new impervious service to the substation site?
This is Pat Fitzgerald. No, it will not add any additional impervious at the site.
Thank you. And so I'm gonna ask it anyway. So would it increase any stormwater runoff?
It will not increase any stormwater runoff.
Thank you very much. And that's the end of my question, Ms. Sarkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chang. I believe that is the end of the questions that the staff has for the company. Ms. Cuthan or Ms. Blaine, would you like a break before you determine if you have any redirects?
Yes, if we could just have a brief 5-minute break, that would be fine.
That would be fine. Let's come back at 2:15.
Thank you.
Off the record. Back on the record. Ms. Cuthan, do you have any redirects?
The company has no redirect.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I would entertain a motion to move all the exhibits into evidence. So that would include everything on the draft exhibit list and the responses to record requests when they are filed.
The company so moves.
Thank you. I move the exhibits into the evidentiary record of this proceeding. Record responses would be due by January 29th, with the exception of one that we discussed before, which, if necessary, the company should provide by February 12th. And otherwise, would the initial brief or the only brief be due on February 12th, if that's an acceptable date for the company?
That should be fine. The only caveat we have with regard to the record request responses is that due to the impending storm,
that's
we
right.
anticipate that a number of the witnesses and other team members will be activated to storm duty, and so may not be able to direct their attention to the responses, as timely as they would like. And so we may need an extension, but we will endeavor to get them in by next Thursday.
That's fine. If the company needs additional time, please just let me know in advance of the 29th.
Sure, thank you.
Is there anything else we need to address today?
Nothing on behalf of the company.
So if not, then we're close the hearing for today, and like to thank everybody for participating, and we will go off the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you.